Okie dokie. I have never played nor heard of Suzerain before outside of a meme post on a subreddit about it being obviously politics oriented. I assume that from the title. So I don't know what kind of game this is. I assume it's kind of like a civilization government style game. So I'm excited to check it out. Let's put it here. I think it is mouse and keyboard only. So autosave. You will not be able to load an earlier save. Okay, I appreciate games that do that. Tells me the game is playable with mistakes. Alright, this game's a little loud in my ear, but let me know if it's too loud. I think it looks okay in my OBS equalizer. Options, this all looks fine. New game. It's still loud? Okay, thank you. Kingdom of Swordland. In your eyes to this world, you came from a wealthy family, a middle-income family, an impoverished family. Parents named you Anton. As the only child of a farmer, you spent your childhood among wheat fields. Life was not easy. You were too poor to afford a good education. Parents did their best to support you. Oh, this is cool at the top. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring. You heard a loud commotion outside. There's a revolution. The kingdom was no more. You were somewhat worried. Passed the university exam with high marks. Even though your family was poor, the public education system made it possible to go to university. You chose law, economics, or history. Let's do economics. During the first year, you attended a lecture. A well-known diplomat. Explain why a market economy is the better option for Swordland. You questioned what you were being taught. Comes to the campus in the evening out of the first election. Many were in shock as uniformed men created a security cordon, started arresting teachers. Protest with the students. This isn't going to go well. Martial law to restore the administration. This is a really cool opening. I like this. Underground. It was a gloomy year, to say the least. Join a human rights group, a student council, a political debate group. Let's do human rights. If you're attracted to her intelligence, her beauty, her diligence. Diligence. Join the Red Youth, the Socialists, the Young Swords, the Nationalists. Stay away from any political organizations. We'll join the Red Youth. Curious how much of this is changing based on choices I've already made. Let's see. These are all good. I agree with all three. Sure, a lot of these trend towards one side, right? You go full Paragon. It'd probably be more realistic to be like, you warned her, you ran away, that kind of a thing, right? But I imagine I'm gonna get punished for this. You never forgot her face. It was a difficult time for love. From the United Swordland Party and ran as a presidential candidate. Did not vote. Time to serve your national duty. Joseph Wankia ordered you to lead your squad on a border patrol mission. Let them slip through. Your duties ended and you went back to civilian life. It was more difficult to start your career on a good foot because of the refugee incident, but you still managed. The best opportunity to change the country for the better. I just have the feeling that I'm going to get so burned for being an idealist. Okay, so that does suggest that past decisions are already changing the text here. Strengthen the Republic by removing the institutions and symbols of the former kingdom from society. Your 5-year plan and subsequent work regarding finances put you under a lot of pressure. Invited to meet the president himself. You accepted right away, or you accepted with doubts? Birth of your son provided a brief moment of joy and relief. Sacrifice work to spend time with your family is probably what I'd actually do, and hurt my ability to affect change. President Sol's growing ego started to cause strife within the party. The cracks began to show. From the sidelines, kept supporting the president. Joined the internal opposition. Gave your support to Ewald Alfonso, a reformist and talented business magnate. Didn't approach you. Alfonso's gonna lose, right? Oh, okay. Country had become increasingly authoritarian. Happy that Sol was finally leaving. Your daughter was born, Deanna. Joined the party effort and campaign for him. That we're already going to be, like, the protagonist is already going to be, like, in their 50s. Or maybe mid-40s, depending on how much further there is on the timeline here. A sex scandal with the secretary. Privatization program? Oh, shit. Back out from Ewald Alfonso. Did your best to make Swordland a better place. Thought the party couldn't survive another crisis or worried about the recession. Presence in the USP grew and he became the face of a new wing in the party. Took over leadership as Alfonso lost control of the country. Blamed Alfonso for the crisis on television, bribed and extorted Alfonso's inner circle, advised Alfonso to step down. It was your turn. Enact democratic reforms. I am filled with dread by this opening. Gonna get obliterated for my idealism. President Rain. Oh, cool. I'll be bald. I feel like this guy would definitely have a mustache. Walt. Background. Cool. Anton Rain, 4th president of Swordland. Cannot change how you look. We have many promises to the people of Swordland in order to gain their votes. They must be considered carefully. It's based on a planned doctrine since its formation. The former president enacted free market reforms. Planned economy or free market? Let's try planned economy. The intensifying global rivalry between capitalist Arcasia in the west and communist United Cortana in the east is opening new diplomatic possibilities. Align itself closer to either one. East. Recent years, Bludish, Wazek, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Swordland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by Alfonso. Tensions between the swords and immigrants have been increasing. Keep immigration relaxed, and people are going to get pissed at me. Promise to focus on a certain extensive subject within our first term, such as to solve the negative situations within this topic, providing an overall improvement to the related policies. Health, difference of service quality between urban and rural hospitals is getting increasingly worse. Life expectancy has dropped. Lack of schools, teachers, and classroom equipment in certain areas causes massive gaps in previously robust education system. Crime is pushing law enforcement to their limits. Military protects the country from hostile threats. Some see it as a massive financial burden. Yeah, I think I'm seeing each of these choices as, oh God, right? Like I pick education, I probably fail at education, and all of these other ones suffer even worse. I think I'm going to pick education, though. Your promises will be remembered and they will have consequences. Are you sure? 2 weeks have passed since we won the election. The die was cast. I do like that it's like you have limited customization options, but there are certain things that the game has just determined are a feature of this character. Burton Palace stood on top of the famous Hill of Pride, executive branch of the Swordish government. Gotcha. Maroon painted exterior walls. It's kind of like the White House. Hill of Pride. Declaration of the Kingdom of Swordland. Inside the large capital park. Son and daughter of Frank and Deanna. Currently in high school. Elementary school. Magnolia. It's a parliamentary republic situated in eastern Maricopa. Martin van Horten. Its capital is Stalport. Probably read more of these later as they become more directly relevant. Monica, First Lady of Swordland. Born in Lockhaven. Degree in sociology, worked as a social worker. Magnus Cardus. NGO. Aims to make Swordland more democratic by introducing a new Charter of Rights. Okay. Many treat them as traitors of the state. Interesting. Turn toward the key people who made it all possible. Orso Hawker, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was waiting for me. It's a degree in legal theory. Worked as a public prosecutor. Joined the Swordland Party after the coup. Close ties with the previous president. Supreme Court is the highest legal body. Examines the constitutionality. Laws. Also can function as Supreme Criminal Court. This game's really cool so far. I'm excited to see where it's going to go. Time for the oath has come. I'm ready. Solemnly swear that I will execute the office of the President of Swordland. Best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the people and the Constitution of the Republic of Swordland. This is us, so I got the gist of it from the opening sequence. It is an honor. Brothers and sisters. Change and hope. Every time I pick one of these, I just feel dread. We stand together, we prevail. Can I see anything about the Constitution? And Swordland Party. Wrote a new Constitution. I don't think I can get it yet. Let me check. It's construction. Okay. I don't want to promise that we'll stop the recession and eliminate poverty. That seems like a high promise. Not in the next decade or years. I mean, that's a tall order as well, but I felt the responsibility, power, and burden all at the same time. Wave. Of raise fist, wave, or enjoy the moment. Hello. Sergey. Nice to meet you. Heading toward the palace. Every time I look at it, I'm reminded of my duty to this nation. It's just a building. So we owe a great debt. Famous Swordfish phrase from the Times of Revolution. Morning will come, victory is close. This is fun. I feel like the folks that wrote Disco Elysium had a lot of fun with making up languages and nouns and stuff that sound somewhat close to real world places. Victory is close. Saving game. News. Economy, budget, wealth. Rain spoke of change and hope. Swordland today. Sworn into office. Another great win for the USP. 37% of the general vote. Congratulations came from Kasara Kaibner. National Front Party. Far right. A strong stance against immigration. Blame for inciting violence in the city streets. This guy's a real treat. The National Front Party isn't a great sounding name. Nationalist ultra-conservative political party. Follows an ethnic nationalist political agenda. Great. Fan-fucking-tastic. The runner-up, the general vote. PFJP, People's Freedom and Justice Party. Social Democrats, okay. Center-left. Traditional ties to middle and upper middle classes, white-collar workers, bureaucrats, academics, college students, left-leaning intellectuals, and labor unions. Shifted away from the political left. Thousands of supporters have gathered in the streets of Dare, chanting campaign slogans. I really like this kind of move towards optional tooltips where you can kind of explore at your leisure proper nouns and things like that. I think the first game I noticed really focus on this was Crusader Kings 3, which was also a 6-gun subblock. That's the crazy one, though, where, like, the tooltips have tooltips, have tooltips, have tooltips. And, like, one of the very first tutorials in the game is how to navigate the tooltips. The 4th president. Do what you must because you can. He's the leader of the Social Democrats. Also the major shareholder of the construction company, Taurus Holding. Gotcha. Communist Party both won below 10% of the vote. Buddhism of the communist theory advocated by Kantanen revolutionary Leon Mileniev. Carlos Marcia's theory of Marcian silk. Okay, that's cool. Who is our Marx insert in Disco Elysium? Karamazov? I guess it was still KM, right? Yeah, Karamazov. Critical of the theory of socialism in one country in favor of Millenniev's theory of permanent revolution. Sure. One of the most popular theories of Marxian social economics. Okay. Workers' Party. British political party in Swordland. Strong emphasis on participatory democracy, unions, minority rights, and egalitarianism. Region of Berkia. So why do we not want to call it Bludia? Oh, is this like a Ukraine kind of a thing? Versus the Ukraine? Vibrant economy, high unemployment, vast farm fields, steel. I'm probably not going to be able to retain most of this since we're not going to be able to beat it today. I won't be able to retain most of this between episodes, so I'm just going to try to like internalize the critical stuff here as I skim. How many times will people fall for the same trap? We've seen this before with Colonel Sol. Supposedly saved the country and brought stability in times of chaos. Stability meant a lifetime of oppression. Next was Alfonso, elected as a liberal reformer to bring change to the USP. Seeing his unfortunate inability, his own cabinet resigned. Real change isn't going to come from their party. And Solonomics. Last two four-year plans of the planned doctrine created a budget deficit and a clear reduction of the industrial production output due to mismanagement and inefficient bureaucracy. Year-on-year growth, budget balance, and production index values indicate that the two most productive consecutive years have been when the privatization program of Alfonso began in 1949. Our editorial team, with the help of experts like Avon and Agnock, have come to the conclusion the recession was not caused by Alfonso's privatization program, by the drastic obstructions of state executives hindering the plan. Gotcha. Geopolitico isn't available yet. Okay. Journal. We've won the election. A new chapter begins. Read the reports. Briefings. Logistical issues. Mail Pulsar reports the rising population and a fast urban expansion. It's resulted in high levels of congestion in the city traffic. Absence of a well-designed, large, land-based logistics center where all transporters come together. Okay. Staff convened right after the election to congratulate her victory. Branches of the Swedish Armed Forces are represented. What are the branches? Air, water, ground. Land, naval, air. I don't have a 1950s Space Force. Okay. Solism. The founding ideology of the Second Republic era of Swordland. Sweeping political, social, cultural, and religious reforms. Separate the Swedish state from the Republic established in 1923. State support of sciences, free education. Republicanism, nationalism, and statism. It's regarded as a fascist ideology by many of the left-wing and British minority, which oppressed during the 1930s when Sulla ordered their persecution. Interesting. This is the president of Swordland, Maroon Palace. Oh, I just saw your message about Millennia being Trotsky, yeah. Peter Vectern. Vice President. Charismatic, laid-back style, charming public personality. Finally, one. Great, Peter. This is not the time to celebrate. We have work to do. Things are looking good. The chief strategist walked in. Okay. He's like chief of staff, effectively. I guess chief strategist isn't the same thing necessarily. Exactly on time. Okay. It's an efficient way to introduce us to him. Glad to see you. Let's not waste any time. Seemed like that's what he would prefer anyway. Let's evaluate our current situation. Majority of the Swordfish people demand change. They're more concerned about the economy than the Constitution, but they blame the system for their problems. People are losing their trust in our democracy. Other more different radical? Swordfish poet, novelist, short story writer, and politician. The leader of the Swordfish avant-garde. He's a romantic communist. Okay. Join the Red Youth. Am I going to get in trouble for my own connection to the Red Youth? It's funny, I'm like, I see that they call him a radical, and I'm like, okay, that means something in my brain, and I start reading short story writer, novelist, and poet. I'm like, okay, that kind of radical. I'm not the other kind. This is... I think we already read about Franz Richter, right? Oh, never mind. No, he's a social democrat guy, okay. Need to listen to the people if we want to serve this country. We lose power, we won't be able to execute the changes we need to make for the good of the country. AKA the Democrats. And then you lose power anyway because you get nothing done. Let's try and listen to the people. I know I'm gonna get fucking destroyed for being idealistic. Need many allies against the old guard. Group of influential individuals in the government. The old holders of the keys to power. Reformists aren't wrong to agree we need change, but we should be in charge. Could be an ally in our goal to maintain a majority. Can't have a strong divide. Do you work with the devil? With a devil? It's a lot of devils. Everyone's a devil, including me. Probably more likely to get things done if I don't just completely stand on principle and flounder for years. So I'm gonna try teaming up with Richter. Yikes. Reformist demands are clear. We want to limit the president's veto powers, ensure the Supreme Court is independent, and take away the court's right to vote. Need a proper balance of power. We must listen to their demands, otherwise we are no different than the previous administrations. The Old Guard will do its best to preserve the Constitution. Hawker and his allied judges have a great influence over the Supreme Court, which will be tough to break. The court has final say over constitutional legislation. Yikes. We must break the power of the Supreme Court one way or another. Can't underestimate the situation. From the Constitution must receive a 2/3 majority, which is 166 votes. And a simple majority in the Supreme Court that equates to 6. How many are on it right now? 11. Okay. I guess I could have deduced that from simple majority of 6, but I'm a dummy. Green light from the USP. We'll reach out to the other party leaders to see if they back our draft. The entire process will take a long time, but we must start working with a reform committee. Yeah, I know, right? Spiky. Seems crazy, but it happens all the time, right? That's the issue with like gerrymandering, right? Like once you've already been elected, why would you ever pass legislation that makes you less likely to get elected again? Write a democratic constitution with the reformists. Write a more democratic constitution. I'm gonna get obliterated. Once you have an established system of incentives, it seems really hard to break it. Two changes to the Constitution that are not open for their discussion. The Supreme Court will not vote on constitutional amendments. The President's absolute veto will be taken away. It will be replaced with a limited veto. I have no problems. I'm so screwed. I could just feel myself making, like, why don't they just decisions? And I'm gonna get fucking steamrolled later because of it. It must be aware of the Lotherberg Group. Private non-government organization. Assesses the economic conditions of Swordland and the globe. Means every 3 months at Hotel Berg. They're like the Bilderberg Group. I don't think they're doing like a conspiracy thing with it. Oligarchs, the few elites that have gained their riches by buying state assets cheap. National Business Council. Walter Tusk, what a name. Oh, he publishes newspapers. Okay, got it. Wealthy newspaper baron. Sure. Okay, so let's watch out for this motherfucker. So I don't know if he's kind of like a combination of William Randolph Hearst and like Rothschild and the name's escaping me. With them anyway, the new administration will be open to talk to businessmen. It won't be bought. It won't happen. Murdoch's a more, like, modern news douchebag, but yeah. Morgan Carnegie Chase. There's still another one that's on the tip of my tongue. Rockefeller, there it is. Swedish businessman, philanthropist, entrepreneur, the son of the media proprietor, Conrad Caranti. Advertising. And then in our economic policies. I'm gonna get annihilated. I wouldn't be so optimistic. Yeah. They've been pretty supportive of me up until I started pushing back against capital. Oh, can I look up this whiskey? Oh yeah, we recognize the David. Revolutionary author, politician, founder of the Republic. Secular Democratic Republic. He's imprisoned by the general after a military coup. Died tragically in prison. Wealthy family of bourgeoisie. This parliament. Blamed him for bringing foreign ideologies into Swordland. I would get so... I'm gonna get cooed if I pick that one. That's the one I want to jump to. Man. This game is mean, and it hasn't even given me any consequences for my decisions yet. I feel like this is a really great game to play blind, because once you understand it as a system and you understand, like, options are giving you points or adding points or removing points in certain areas, I assume you can play it as a video game. But now, well, there's just a superposition of all possible states in my brain. I'm assuming the worst from everything I pick, and it's great for the feeling of playing it. Let's kick the can down the road. General Kruger is a specter of the past. Supported the coup. Okay. This is why I would never want to be a politician. Many unwinnable game states. Just a series of unwinnable game states. You try to make a play where you lose the least, but you still lose. News. Committee for Reforms. Territorial Source Politician. Speaker of the Grand National Assembly. Campaign finance. Change the criteria from the proportion of votes won in general election to proportion of seats won by a political party. Interesting. Lockhaven versus Benfey. Is this the one with the... No, I confused it with something else. Geopolitico. Rumburg coming south? Rumburg would keep trying to push further south, threatening territories of Swordland, Wayland, and Agnolia. Constitutional monarchy. The largest country on the Mercopan continent. March of the Rums around the 7th century. I like that there are elements of this that are like a direct analog to real life stuff. I assume probably more of it is a direct analog than I realized because, you know, history and geopolitics aren't exactly my strong suit. So if anyone's reading one of these like wiki entries along with me and you're like, oh, that's clearly supposed to be Turkey or Saudi Arabia or whatever, like feel free to tell me. I'm always happy to learn more about that kind of a thing. Public opinion report. People's views on the need for democratic reform and the government structure has changed. Reformist propaganda from the leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party resulted in a massive increase in the demands for democratic reforms. 55% support reformist ideas. Briefing on the economic situation. Simon Hall, Minister of the Economy. Gus Manger, Minister of Agriculture. I gotta start, like, skimming, so I'm gonna try to get better at that. Minister of the Interior. Right. Ogdenland, the 5th largest region of Swordland. It's on the border with Rumburg. Trade and fishing. Nourished Star. Nerdy. Monotheistic religion. The only creator is the divine God and that Saint Das. Okay, Christianity. Got it. Oh, although it's a little bit... One must strive towards the construction of the Golconda, a divinely ordained pillar in the axis of life that will bring salvation to all human beings. Okay, it's not as straightforward Christianity analog. Path of Enlightenment. Trinity and Ruhekism. Direct and literal following of the teachings. More interpretive approach. That's fun. Okay, it still has, like, shepherd imagery. Without curiosity and skepticism, the construction of Golconda can never be achieved. Jeez. I feel like you gotta, like, someone's gotta tell more of the politics nerds that, like, you should make video games. Right? Like, make Suzerain, make Disco Elysium, like, this is your place to go hard on your fictional alternate reality and make it matter in some kind of, like, storytelling process. What about the unemployment crisis? Greater Whole Sword is the 2nd largest region, Gilson is the smallest region. Okay. Economy Minister. Good morning. What's this debate about? Explain the situation. We should invest in already developed regions. Many cities don't have basic commodities delivered in time. Could you elaborate? Weakest region, both in terms of economic and social support. Support the city of Arvery. Why are you questioning her impartiality? This snake of a woman is the former mayor. God. This is an I want to die meeting. I am the wrong person to be mediating this kind of a dispute. Like me, Dylan, the person playing the game right now, not this character. Poor assistants. The assistants are going to remember that we made them hold that projector. Simon never had a way with people. Up in the new police station in Esteward, most oil-rich city of Swordland. Blackouts are routine, public services are barely keeping up, organized crime has taken hold of the gang wars blooding the streets of the city. Okay, gotcha. Swordish Petroleum. That's stalled due to government property boundary issue. We need to look at it. Developments about Swordish Wren losing further value today. Okay, that's the currency. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of the value of our currency. What's our unemployment? Yikes. Status of the recession. What is our GDP and debt situation? Thank you. Things aren't looking good, basically. Situation is alarming, not everything is negative. Extensive privatization program of Alfonso left us a large budget surplus. Solonomics-based nationalization happened in the 30s. Alfonso's privatization began during the end of the 40s. One of our main promises is to promote a planned economy to stop the recession. To be frank, I don't think this was a good idea. Simon ignored. The downsides of the planned economy. Is it clear? Actual problems of Solonomics were going to lead to a recession according to the predictions at the time anyway. Another important point has a direct impact on our economy. Superpowers. Against aligning ourselves with the superpowers. United Kantana is a federalist socialist republic situated in the continent of Kantana. It's a superpower of the world. One-party state. Leon Mileniev. Okay, so he's still alive and actually in power. Gotcha. Instead of driven away in disgrace. And his name is Leon. Arcasia. Entry City. Dwight Walker. Okay, got it. So, kind of USSR, kind of United States, but not really. Yeah. Dwight Walker. Race of influence around the globe. Fierce global ideological battle. While some view Arcasia as a beacon of freedom that enlightens the world, others see it as an oppressive government set out to enslave other countries. Okay. An average civil rights record. Center of consumerist culture. Okay. And we have an alliance of nations. Are there nuclear weapons yet? I guess it doesn't necessarily matter. The War of Revolutions nearly 100 years ago. This is meant to prevent another world war. Got it. Okay. Consider your promise to align with United Cantana. Made a promise to the people of Swordland. I won't back down. Nothing good will come out of siding with them. I'm afraid that the best way to be successful, whatever the meaning of the word successful is in this game, is to just be a complete do-nothing centrist, make no promises, take no action. Okay. Land economy focus, bring us stronger allies. It's on the long-term economic schedule. I wouldn't be so sure, Gus. State planning regulation showed great success in the 30s. Critical institutions must remain in state control and must be fully responsible for delivering services. Yeah, number 1. Go to planned economy as we promised. Gus looked worried. I'm gonna get fucking cooed. I could already feel it. Political overview. I can review my cabinet, different factions, old guard, oligarchs, and reformists. Legislative. Old Guard 5, Centrist 3, Reformist 3. So what I don't yet know is when I'm getting multiple pop-ups like this, if this is progressing time and if I'm making some of these choices, if it's like an opportunity cost thing, that if I choose to have that economic meeting, it's at the expense of another meeting, right? At least so far the game hasn't popped up warning me that I'm using up time. Swordland's economic policies have been planned behind closed doors. -29. Schools are closed. Voice the unheard. Kind of get the leaning of those newspapers. Increasing unemployment. Congratulations. Promising agricultural growth. Increasing homelessness. Infrastructure report. Okay, so my next theory is that if it's a clipboard, it doesn't take time. If it's an exclamation point or a question mark, it's a decision point and does consume time. Lack of investment. Okay, let's start reading reports here. I don't think that costs me anything. It calls attention to the alarmingly low levels of productivity growth in the region of Agenland. Food insecurity, malnutrition, and rural poverty. Lack of adequate infrastructure. Collapse of tourism. Reduction in trade traffic and road maintenance. Okay, so let me start making a future Marstead text file for this here. I can just leave myself some really broad notes. Impoverished, needs investments, Bureau of Interior is from there. Okay, cool. Let's see. The DARE, increasing homelessness. Homelessness has skyrocketed. I thought it was 25%, by 25%, okay. British people, 72% increase. Wow, that sucks. Some Persia. First time in 3 years, the agricultural output of Sarna has increased. With the increased output of both the drop in temperatures and new farming practices that have been adopted in recent years. Do you think Alfonso did one of those, like, pay people to farm? Because otherwise it's impossible for anyone to... No one's incentivized to farm because all of the prices have been driven to equilibrium. Especially led to a reduction in rail assets with more than a fifth of the railway network. Gelsword is a regional capital of the Gelsword region. Scientific and technological center of Swordland. Science is the only way forward. Okay. Unemployment. The number of people filing for unemployment in Mornar continues to rise as the recession continues. 9%. The last 6 months have almost erased all gains in employment over the last 2 decades. Made a note for myself. I think that's everything I have to interact with here. Oh, maybe not. Congratulations. Van Horten, Prime Minister of the Republic of Magnolia. Okay. Chancellor Hegel. Volgsland. Okay, gotcha. Asia threatens the region. Alvarez congratulated you. Lesbian politician, business magnate, Prime Minister of Lesbia. The 100th richest man in the world. President Smolik. Basic nationalism and with socialist characteristics. Well, that sounds extremely bad. How basic nationalism and nourished traditionalism. Wonderful. We don't like these guys. Good. Thousands of Bludish people arrested and killed. Military action against the Bludish Freedom Front. Yeah, normalize a diplomatic tension between the countries. Oh boy. Okay, I think we've read all the reports, so it's time to do an exclamation point thing. So I guess there's one more report. Port of Lockhaven loses importance. No longer the busiest port of the Maricopa continent, falling behind the 3rd position. Largest port of Swordland holds enormous importance for the economy. So, let's see. Invest in mega infrastructure. Media strategy. -1 government budget. Invest in a project. -1 budget. Discussion of potential projects. Gathered the team here to discuss a new infrastructure investment. Didn't have a chance to have my coffee. What can we focus on? Businessmen are complaining about the slow logistical and rail network between Hulsford and Lockhaven. Citizens are criticizing the lack of a proper highway connection between Lockhaven and Arbury. The citizens and their demands matter the most. I'm so fucked. Highway project and the high-speed railway project. Now, normally here I would pick the high-speed rail, but the rail supports businessmen and businesses, which of course the wealth from that's going to trickle down to the regular folks, right? So I should totally pick the railway project. Tell me about the highway project. Improve the abysmal state of the road network. No proper highway connections. Trucks are having a hard time traveling through the main roads. That must be cumbersome for the citizens. Look at the map. Highway route starts here and leads to Lenkberg. Or Lenkerk, excuse me. Saw the central government continuously neglect the Agno-Sordish-dominated regions when I was mayor. So when we say that they're rural, though, means that they're partially from Agnolia. This is the fear that people are actually making policy decisions based on skimming Wikipedia. Who are these people again? Oh, right. There's the keyword that I don't like. Fuck them. Less beneficial in the near term. I want to hear the other project. Current trains can't meet the standards of today. I really like that this is being represented by such a small number of budget -1. Hey, that's great. I feel like games like this are heavily benefit from abstraction. And this seems like this is a much more accessible game than something like Crusader Kings, which is also very heavily abstracted but still ridiculously complicated. Please explain further. Upgrade the old L1 line from Holster to Lockhaven. The Gelsword. Investments in already developed regions make little sense. I like the 2 projects they give you to choose between here, right? They were careful to not make it so it's like you're not picking between the Satan project and the Jesus project, right? Highway project. And I'll remember that. Thank you all for your contributions and thoughts. Ally with 1 mega rich light bending guy, budget plus 30. I like the no loading saves aspect too. I feel like that's one of the best possible messages that any video game can send to me. If it says we're just going to auto save and you can't save, like you literally can't save scum, it tells me a lot that they've thought about the game and that they don't expect me to ever have to turn back time in that way, you know. Puts me at ease. I read about this guy. does he want? What does this productive collaboration entail? Great. I guess we'll have to play pretty far through this game to see, like, what's it about, right? Like, what... talked about this a little bit in Discord about how, like, Paradox has to contend with what narrative are they accidentally implying through game mechanics, right? Because isn't that the thing with Europa Universalis, that there are mechanics in place to basically ensure European dominance for the purposes of the game to work, but the problem is that it might imply to someone that's not playing it thoughtfully that that's like that's the way it ought to be, as opposed to that's what the math of the game requires. Are they there in Paradox games? Yeah, it's interesting. It's like you have three things to contend with in a game like this. You have what are you trying to say on purpose? What are you accidentally saying through your game mechanics that you didn't necessarily intend? And what message can shitty people take from your game that you obviously didn't intend or even outright condemned in the text, right? Which, like with Crusader Kings, the one that I brought up was like, it seems that the text of Crusader Kings is condemning patriarchy, and it's condemning not allowing women to be rulers in that setting, right? But it's still possible for a stupid person to misinterpret the game and be like, fuck yeah, minus 5,000 to vote for a woman. You don't follow a collection of unmitigated pet entries. Also released a 3-part series in Victoria, too. Nice. Influence the media. Keep it independent. Ugh. These are both... Unpopular leader will not be able to pass even the easiest reforms. More people have... Two wrongs don't make a right. Let's not forget what happened to President Alfonso. Who is it? Litvia, secretary. Seems like unnecessary text, unless if the purpose of this is to, like, stage a scandal with her at some point. That's my guess, given the earlier focus on it from, what's his nuts? My vice president. Malarkey Joe.
Focus go.
I'll talk to him. Hey, thanks for the follow, Grimson. President speaking. Just elected CEO. Great. What does that entail? Thank you, but I must refuse. I'm so screwed. See you soon, gentlemen. Oh, codex entry updated. That's cool. Okay, he was elected chairman. Gotcha. Sure. Read about the radical. Geopolitical. Swordland's regional trade. See a 6-gun. Safe travels. I think I just have another decision here. Campaign Finance Bill. Sign or veto the electoral campaign finance bill that was approved by the Ukrainian National Assembly. Read the report. Strong opposition from the douchebags. Share of the allocation of public funds should only be according to the number of votes won in the general election by a political party. New criteria should be the proportion of seats won by a political party in the assembly. Political parties shall receive an annual amount of 500,000 ren per member of assembly. So, they were talking about this as a necessary reform, but I don't like this one. Because this one seems to be all about making my own party stronger and basically fucking over small parties. I don't know if I want my first action. I guess I'll veto it and then campaign to have my veto power removed. I'm not going to pretend that I'm smart enough to understand all of the, ramifications of this small paragraph of text, but this seems to double down on any efficiencies that already exist in the system are only going to get worse as a result of this, right? Funding effectively increases for people who are already able to get elected. It's the exact same kind of mathematical snowball problem that I feel like you get into with just first past the post in general. I'm going to veto it, and I'm probably going to get my ass kicked because of it. Now that I've already committed, sure, 6-gun. Oh, yeah, happy bus. Personal wealth. Reception at the inaugural ball. Where is your brother? Where's my first lady? Aw. This thing itches. Glad to have you with us for this big night. Sure, Dad, I'm just dying to go. I can't leave our side until my term ends. You'll get used to it. Let's make sure nothing bad happens, yeah. This game is just like a non-stop string of grimacing emojis. Nervous myself. I feel like that's the least shitty thing to say of those four. But like, you can stay home, dude. It's fine. That's not going to create a controversy. Wondering if I made the right choice. We've come a long way together, haven't we? I'm going to help Papa fix everything. Means a great deal to me. How are you today? My entire family voted for you. Thank you and your family. I'm here with all of your support. So screwed. See you on the trip home. Depending on working together with the opposition parties and the expected constitutional reforms. My administration will bring real change. I hate all of these, which is probably a good sign. I'm not going to work with everybody. This is terrible. The leading headline is to be asshole president doesn't want to cooperate. Your first act as president is to veto a campaign finance law to deprive small parties of public funds. No political party deserves to be silenced. Uncle Peter. Sure you've gotten any wiser, Mr. Vice President? Results were clear from the beginning. Yeah, I was going to ask, like, I don't think that this fictional setting is as patriarchal as the real world at this time in history, or this equivalent time in history, because it seems like there's a lot more women in power in general. Alright, I missed some news. Hold on. President vetoes bill. Unfair campaign finance bill crushed. Rain deserves credit for crushing the undemocratic proposal. Even though he came from his own party and would have benefited himself. Yes. I'm so gonna get cooed. Oh god, Spiky. Sorry, I had to read the paper in the middle of our conversation. What? Okay, so there is a patriarchy. Of course. Slow jazz. You have to get used to it. This seems bad. Fireworks? No, gunshots. What the hell is going on? Situations under control. What a fucking night. Peter, shut up. Do I have clowns for security force? What's the status? Not in any danger. The situation's been dealt with. The perimeter has been secured. I do like the complete confusion here. 2 people were gunned down in front of the palace. The attackers, one of them, we have reason to believe he was working alone. Fired 3 shots at an MP. Bernard Circus. Oh, yikes. This guy. Yeah, the Red Youth guy. Probably gonna get a codex entry at the end of this. Comfort Monica and the kids. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I get part of my relationship with my wife is that she's very as much opposed to the use of the word promise or saying anything that implies that you will never falter in something, even for like poetic purposes. So like I like naturally cringe whenever a game asks me to promise to do something. Especially something that I almost certainly can't uphold, right? Security increased. Do I have a codex entry update for him yet? Not yet. Investigation has been launched. Emergency meeting in the Situation Room. Famous communist. She spat the last word with some distaste. Young swords. Of course they're tied to the NFP. I'm shocked. Shocked. Absolutely unacceptable. Minister of Justice. Okay. So she's a holdover from the previous administration. The Red Youth promised revenge. Uh-oh. Interesting. So I'm going to speculate. Don't answer this, but it makes me wonder if the attack could have been in the opposite direction, depending on other choices up to that point. That it was like a Red Youth member that attacked someone, right? Freedom of expression is part of our constitution. We can't have anyone, let alone an MP, shot for voicing different opinions. Ooh. I'm gonna get yelled at for saying that, well, this is one bad apple. So yeah, but a bad apple spoils the bunch. I'm so fucked. Yeah, okay. Just confirming that it's the person I thought it was. Minister of Defense Josef Lancia. No fighting in the war room. It is political, though, isn't it? The state versus its enemies. Oh, Jesus Christ. Joseph is a special creature. Shouldn't lose sight of our real political goals like constitutional reforms. Make it through this and deliver on our promises. There's the Codex entry update that I was expecting. Oh, still all counts as turn 1. That's impressive. He's super dead. Rain shuts down Richter. We will do our job no matter what. It's not what I said, but that's exactly what I was expecting them to print. Motherfuckers. I imagine that particular one, there's gotta be no way to resolve that positively, right? I think they also didn't specify who the journalist was, so it would probably go to whichever newspaper I anticipate would have the most negative review of what you said. So, like, if I said, I'll work with anybody, I bet there'd be an article in the Radical about what a douchebag neolib I am working with fascists or whatever. Nation in shock. I love that it doesn't even mention the young swords. Just immediately talks about the Red Youth. All right, I kind of want to read organizations. And this one's got an update. Let me read about each of the newspapers. It's kind of what I was expecting from the economists. I guess we don't really have anything in the Lockhaven Times, Shortland today. Okay. This isn't gonna go well. Oh, I have to click through this, I think. Politician shot dead. Receive threats. Unity despite differences. Okay. Farewell, Bernard Circus. Sad moment for Swordland. Organization's a terrorist threat. Bailing out businesses. Uh-huh. Hey, welcome back, Six Gun. There was a shooting at my inaugural ball. It wasn't great. Communist Party leader suspected of bomb attack. Weapons seized in the cultural center. Legal firearms found in Communist Party office. I'm glad we're doing it for 4 hours here. It might work okay, because it feels kind of episodic in the way the chapters are laid out. Or not chapters, but like turns. Okay, so all these reports are about kind of similar things here. This seems bad. Yeah, people do that all the time, Kiri. In fact, my preference for subblock is that people combine their time to back a single game. That was at least the original conception. So yeah, if you want to move some points around, just tag me in the feedback channel and let me know where it's going. He's understaffed. Shit's not looking good is the TLDR from all these reports. They're basically all about yeah. Yes. These guys are real special. Uh-huh. Okay. Chief of Police reports 2 British women with affiliations with the British Freedom Front have been caught and holstered before they could execute a terror attack at a crowded rally. Dinner with the family, security briefing. Here's my little bright one. How was school? Are the bad men gone? Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's go with the one that's closest to true. I guess you kind of need to lie to children a little bit, but... Oh, cool, Kiri. Do you just want to kick those, and do you have anything in your bank right now? I haven't looked at it recently. How was your day? Okay. If you've got the 3 hours, then I might try to schedule that sooner rather than later and just debit your bank to skip you next in the rotation, just to make sure that we're playing this with as little time between episodes as possible. Because I was worried about being able to retain a lot of the information from this. But if the playthrough is only like 9 hours, then maybe we can just finish it next time. I'm really liking this game, though, even though it's making me deeply uncomfortable. Or because it's making me deeply uncomfortable, it's exceeding his art in that respect. That's the art. Sounds delicious. It's my lucky day. What's the occasion? I'm hungry. Frank's been sulking in his room all day. Knock on the door. He's a teenager, for the love of God. That was the first decision in the game that was not questionable what the right answer was. All right. Oh, good, he locked it. Okay, if we did it, if you just wanted to do it immediately out of order, 6 gun, it would just be the 1. That would get us to 4. We could do it probably next week or the week after. But I wouldn't mind trying to do a 5-hour session to try to beat the game. So in that case, I can just put Kiri to -1 and then just skip Kiri's next turn in the rotation. And it should be fine. Okay, we'll figure it out. I'll discuss it further in feedback later. I don't think the neighbors heard. Food's ready. They refurbished the grocery store? Would that really be so bad? 20 years of this? I'd be dead. Either 2 or 3. What would you have us do? Talk about it? Where are you going? What about your mom's delicious cooking? All right, sit down. Let's talk. I know it was a close call, but everything's under control. I hate all of these again. He's gonna call me out on it not being under control. One rogue shooter. We were not even the target. But what if we were? I made plenty of rash decisions when I was his age. I worry too. Things might escalate. So threat to my family truly over? No, definitely not. I was trying to be as honest as possible. Security briefing. This turn summary is going to be helpful, I think. Let's begin. Local atmosphere is worse. Tensions are rising. Yeah, no kidding. Investigation has concluded. The more we know, the better. Wars. The Red Youth initiated a violent attack on a young sword's local leader in Yen, smallest city in Greater Holsword. Just lost a great writer for what? Funding sources, the Red Youth have a clear link to United Kantana, which is kind of the USSR. Are you sure? Preparing for a communist uprising in our country. I'm going to jump to conclusions immediately. We shouldn't create a crisis with them. On to General Ricard. Yannick Ricard. Swedish Armed Forces. I see. Country always had issues. This is part of the job. I like Nia. She has her shit together. I know that if I don't do the additional surveillance, there's going to be more attacks. The newspapers are going to blame it on me, right? Just, it's an inevitability. British political leader, finding member of the militant British Freedom Front, political prisoner, Intel Rock Prison. Are they supported by British citizens? Could attract a wide audience of Blues. Intelligence intercepted 2 crates filled with weapons close to the Rumbrick border. KA-74s. Got it. Roger. This is very worrying. Can we make any direct correlations? Being violent is threatening the Nargis and the Aganland regions. Largest region of Swordland. Vibrant economy. Oh, right, that's where Lockhaven is. Okay. This is a political choose-your-own-adventure game that it's filling me with dread because it feels like every decision you make is loaded with awful consequences, as it should be. Which 2 crime families? It's very well done so far. Mornelli. Bootlegging. Legal drug and organ trafficking. Yeah. Can you make the decision that causes the least terrible outcome? I'm currently playing as like an ultra idealist and I'm gonna get fucking killed for it. I can feel it. Arms trade. Might be able to prevent the further arming of separatists while maintaining order in Bergia, Nargis, and Augenland. I think my first encounter with the word Suzerain was actually there's a suzerainty in Disco Elysium, right? That's it's like a country that's being meddled with by another country, or that's partially controlled by another country. Yeah, it kind of has that Papers, Please feel to it. The character creation segment was awesome, where you like specify your history and what you did as a kid. I don't like either of these. Just is the song of this game. Corruption is the root of all evil. I haven't. No, that sounds good. This rate, I'm gonna get assassinated by my own fucking cabinet. Thank you for the overview. This fucking guy. I don't think we've talked to General Kruger yet. Let's begin. Like you get like 1 day to start passing your reforms and immediately get fucked by this. Let's begin. Situation at the western and northern borders for Trumberg is very tense. Trumberg has been acting increasingly expansionist in the past decades, has interfered in Agnolia. What is your current strategy? Patrolling the borders, keeping army reserve divisions near. Picture's becoming clear. Terror situation was analyzed by our general staff. Hey, grats, Ravanon. May it go well. Trust in the general staff. Again, I hate all of these. We just did hear that. They are our nemesis. I'm a man of my word. We're gonna get steamrolled by Rumberg. I kind of like imagine the alternate universe person playing this game, or I guess it doesn't need to be an alternate universe, just another person playing this game that's like going really hard on the nationalism and the like defend the borders and fund the military thing, and being like, fuck yeah, we're gonna be ready for anything. I'm curious how they collapse from the inside, right? I guess my question is Suzerain about, is the question that you're trying to answer is how does your country collapse? As opposed to how do you win to stop it from collapsing? I'm tempted of allying with the not USSR. One shudders at the sacrifices they would require us to make. Narbel. Don't escalate things further. What was next? Between not the United States / UK and not the USSR. I was a little bit nervous about Rumsberg earlier. Oh, they're closing their consulate. Fucking great. The Kantana embassy helped protesters. Uh-oh. Doesn't portend well. I enjoyed that part of it. Asia develops first ICBM. Wonderful. It's the US / UK. React to the unrest. Call for restraint. Visited affected towns in person. Label all protesters as traitors. Turn 2. I visited the towns most affected by the political violence to show our presence and support. Where to go home? Oh, fuck. This guy. Yeah, he's interpreting him as like a William Randolph Hearst. And worse. We can postpone the meeting. Oof. Can I stand against capital? Why are you here? I'd like to build a profitable relationship between us. The people you represent. Basically, I interpret this as like the Bilderberg Group or equivalent. Bunch of oligarchs. And you can smoke, it's fine. I don't mind that we disagree on the economy. This guy. The next day, I haven't been reading the newspaper. Let me catch up here because I'm probably going to get new posts tomorrow in his Economist about what a piece of shit I am. Robber barons and robber baron interests incorporated, exactly. Okay. Should probably read the older post first. Several government officials invited construction companies to meetings. New major infrastructure project. Presumably they're talking about my highway project. Political chaos. This is the fascists. This is the labor union. It's a rad flag, yeah. Burn the NFP office. Real truth behind economic crisis. The Radical is like your leftist newspaper-ish. Agree with that. Fair. This is the douchebag I'm talking to's newspaper. And they tend to have douchebag opinions so far. Economists believe in the free market economy for good reason. I've seen this underhaul construction thing pop up multiple times now. Is this going to come up in this? The company sold half the shares to Walter Tusk, who I'm currently talking to. Is he about to try to, like, win the bid for construction on the highway project? We at The Economist think it's a great time to invest in underhaul construction. No conflict of interest there. Just, you know, facts and logic here. Rumberg closes consulate. Break in diplomatic ties with state from 1923. Okay. All right. Sorry, man. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation by reading the newspaper, but... You know how much capital Lothar represents. Focus on the needs of the people, not businesses. It needs to be like, but the needs of businesses will affect the people. Of course. Dude, you're boring. Yeah, hey, I called it. Six months of the president's salary. If the contract is somehow awarded to Underhaul Construction, they would not only work hard and deliver, but also do it on time. Fuck this guy. You just try to bribe me? I'm so screwed. This is what you came here for, then we are done here. He's like, no problem, I'm just gonna fund every group on your border and every group inside your border. You're ruined immediately. Ugh. Of course I didn't. Most certainly am not. That'd be nice. I think the intent is to never give you a decision where there is an obvious correct answer. They should all be pretty miserable. Because even if you did that, there wouldn't be a way to do that without getting away scot-free, right? Alright, so I'm expecting a shitty article in the Economist about how much I suck here. Oh, nothing yet. There will be soon, though, I assume. Expand executive powers. This is the fascist guy. We don't like him. The president would have absolute immunity before the courts. Right, Nana? Name one time that's ever been a problem. Even once. Have you played this one yet, Donovan? Super good. Ah, cool. Stressful political choose-your-own adventure game. This game is nothing like Disco Elysium, but Disco Elysium is probably the closest game I've played to it in terms of like the scope and themes. The oldest one. British citizens targeted. Workers' Party of Bludia. Which are not associated with the Freedom Front. Ah. It's denied by the members. Okay. Do I have I rejected a bribe from the oligarchs. And that's not going to bite me in the ass in any way. Detain the policeman on charges of corruption. Yikes. Big yikes. Finalization of the highway contract. This is the one I did instead of the high-speed business rail. Travel time by road will drop in more than half. Yeah, just put an oligarch in a very public trial. You'll be fine. Nothing bad will happen. It's not like Capital always fucking gets away with it. I think that line from Disco Elysium is going to stick with me forever. Like, all you've managed to do is make yourself sad. Hope so. I think Putin has certain other qualities that enable him to get away with more shit than the way I've dispositioned this character in this game. Do you need additional support? Sort of state. Okay. Taurus Holding, I believe the Social Democrat guy is involved with this. Let me find him again really quick. He's major shareholder of Taurus Holding. Right. Sort of State Corporation. Main government corporation tasked with running public construction. Management structure. Again, all of these are bad. I mean, I feel like Underhall is the most bad because it's William Randolph Hearst's bribe corporation. And they use cutting-edge technology from America. But if I pick the state corporation, they're going to accuse me of state favoritism. It's the PECs. Only company to have worked in the Ag and Land region out of all three corporations. Experience they bring is beneficial. Hear about the others. Underhall. Who did he sell his shares to? How was your experience with them? This is the company I trust the least. This doesn't inspire confidence. I am not sure. Taurus Holding. Founded in 1946, owned by entrepreneur Gerald Face. Provide consultants for the state corporations. Why shouldn't we go with Taurus? Too much at stake here. Don't feel confident about Taurus Holdings. SSC. How is this going to bite me in the ass? Nasty news articles. Good luck to us. Lenker. Ah, okay, sure. In the impoverished region. Nothing from The Economist yet. I'm really surprised. Construction begins for H3 Highway. Ground retaining walls, earthworks for the highway. Opposition leader Richter had warned letting SSC build Hut 3 would be extremely questionable. Of course the motherfucker says that. Risky highway project. It is doubtful this project was worth the money and time that it will consume. Ooh. It's fine. Okay, cool. You can see the progress. Economic Relief Plan. Assistance of the National Business Council and the Central Bank. Countrywide relief plan to mitigate the economic hardships that are being felt. Either provide stimulus checks for people in need or bail out businesses under serious financial strain. Provide stimulus checks. How is this going to wreck me? Budget down. A news article on this? Of course, it's from The Economist. How fucking predictable. Uh-huh. Decision to attend the funeral of Bernard Circus. Yeah, so this is the communist writer guy that got assassinated. So I'm going to go to the funeral, which is only going to be good for me. No news articles on me attending. That's kind of actually surprising. There we go. Oh, because it hasn't happened yet. Gotcha. We have arrived. I will hold my own umbrella. Perimeter is clear and secured completely. Thank you, Carl. Peter's like Mr. Gaff. 5 Red Youth members are here to attend the funeral. They said they wish to pay their respects to their fallen comrade. Did they pose a security threat? The bummer. Daughter reminded me of my daughter. Interface buttons near your portrait which are glowing. Like during this conversation? Oh, I can... Okay, probably should use this. Yeah, I looked at this one. How is this relevant to the current? This just summarizes things at the moment, I guess. I guess some of these must populate, like limited women's rights must have come up with that conversation earlier. Okay, and it glows when something is added to the list, I guess. Morning, Bernard Circus, father, husband, and loyal servant of the country. True comrade, he fought for what he believed in, his ideal vision of Swordland in every step of his life. We need to band together. Hatred begets hatred. To recite one of the poems he left us. Our only strength is the will to survive, knowing we will perish, knowing nothing more absolute. Did not let us sing our songs. They are afraid of the dawn. They are afraid of hope, but our songs will be sung. Moment of silence, please. Aw, poor widow. Thank you. Hope is still on the horizon. The next decision. The country collapses immediately. I like the soundtrack in this game, too. Briefing on the current diplomatic situation. The Blue Mansion. Oh, yeah. His father, the one that died in prison, right? Yeah, okay. Please take a seat. He regarded me with delight. We got a little lucky, that's all. Like some tea or water? Has your niece started going to kindergarten yet? Monica's really taking up the first lady role. Let's begin. Tell me about Agnolia. Actually, I'm most worried about Waylon. We'll start with that. It's tumultuous in the south. They've done like ethnic cleansing. We don't like them. Sure, what we can do to avoid a refugee crisis like the late 20s. Qumran Outpost has regained its importance due to this. Oh yeah, that's right. I chose that in my character creation, that I let the refugees through. And Yosef is the one that punished me. Incredible. I did what was right. I'm so screwed. Soldiers don't decide on what's right. Soldiers do what they're told to do. It is in our national interest to prevent the formation of a failed state on our western border. Agnolia. Brotherly nation in the northeast. Still diplomatically non-aligned. Economic stagnation is a worry. They're our most friendly neighbor. We've been allies for the longest time. Yeah, he's been complaining about that constantly. More comprehensive deal sounds beneficial. Nelly has more to win than us. Oh yeah. I think it's the Agno Swordish are the ones in the impoverished region where I've been investing the highway project. I'm supportive of relaxed immigration. Just make sure Yosef hates me the maximum amount. Tell me more about Vogsland. Cousins of old across the Marquian Sea wish to have good relations with us. Are aligned with totally not USSR. Eric Hagel. Okay, he's the Chancellor. Gotcha. I think I've read a little bit about this guy before. So I'm trying to remember. This is basically Trotskyism, except Trotsky's still alive and he actually is like a state leader. I forget what state he's... Oh, it's the USSR. Well, shit. Okay. It's not a direct analog, I guess, so... Reading this a little bit more closely. Haven't been in good relations with us for the past 200 years. I haven't seen the Kantanen Security Pact. Oh, okay. Sure. Is the ATO the American equivalent? Yes. Got it. Billions of our money worth of cargo is transported close to their maritime borders on the Marquian Sea and the Grey Strait. Totally not NATO. This is one where I'm ignorant of history. Like, did the USSR, did Russia have a an equivalent to NATO for like other smaller countries that they would defend? I know that their interests are really complicated even like today. Warsaw Pact, okay, thank you. That's a familiar name. Can't expect the worst. Gotcha. Let's do Rumburg first. The most troublesome nation. Beatrice Livingston. The invasion of Northern Agnolia and the annexation of Dome. It was done in a single night. Condemned internationally. Never faced major repercussions. Oof. She immediately devised an overwhelming night invasion towards the city of Dome. Yikes. Great. It seems like a lot of these other countries are like paranoia focused, but Rumburg doesn't feel paranoia. Take your advice in consideration. This is a cause for war. Oh, it defines it immediately. Okay. I've described it as overblown before, but after hearing the other threats we're talking about, I think this might be actually a serious thing. Corrupt announcement of the closures of Rumber Consulate is yet another step in their escalation. What about Lesbia? It's aligning itself more and more with Arcasia, which is America. Patricio Alvarez. 100th richest man in the world. They have an economic inequality problem. should not awake them. Someone's selfless attitude during the Wayland Civil War by closing their borders and funneling refugees to cross into Swordland. Values are too different. Don't comment. Let's deal with the trade negotiations. It's probably going to be Agnolia. I really don't like Wayland. It's too risky. Yeah. Victor Smolak seems to suck pretty bad. Tell me about Agnolia. We already have a trade deal, but we're going to make it slightly more beneficial for them. Privileged access to our agricultural market. Full alliance against Rumsburg. Yeah, that seems to be two birds with one stone, which probably means that it's a terrible idea. Ugh. I don't think I can reject both of them, and I don't want to be a do-nothing centrist, so let's go with... This is gonna bite me in the ass. I have a democratic system. We said we'll keep immigration relaxed, that will help us. And we started the highway construction. Nice. Yeah, I'm a little worried about this part. Address the diplomatic incidents. Coming back to Thornborough. Or Thornburg? Concerns could be genuine, but the reaction's unnecessary. They're bluffing. Yosef is barely containing himself from slamming the desk. Scenes like this definitely feel like that the Varys puzzle from Song of Ice and Fire. There's a king, and he's got like a soldier, a wealthy merchant, and a priest. And who holds the power in the room, right? Oh, these both seem bad. They nailed the vice president. Good work. Big yikes. All right, we got a bunch of news stories here. Let's read. Afraid of hope, but our songs will be sung. Oh, it's the thing that I read. That's nice. Does it mention that I let the red youths in? One of them is going to complain about that. I'm surprised I'm not getting character assassinated in The Economist as much as I thought I was. Thanks, NFP. Wonderful. President stands together with red youth. There we go. Ooh. We need democracy. I'm trying. I'm really trying, I promise. Unrest continues. This game, in its format, reminds me a little bit of Orwell, which I think is also a pretty good game, but I think this game is has a much more subtle hand than Orwell, right? Also, I guess this one's a little bit more focused on decision making, where Orwell, you kind of make decisions, but it's more of like solving the puzzle of what to click on. Oh, great. Sternly worded letter, I know. I mean, the other option was to close our consulate there, which I wasn't super happy with either. Young storage member claimed links to the government. God, I hope not. Keep the Hitler youth out of the government, please. All right, finally talking about the Constitution. Chief of Staff. His punctuality can be described as obsessive. Stick to business. How does it look? Situation's complicated. Go over the details. They demanded too much. Franz Richter's the Social Democrat leader. He's also, or I think does it specify that in here? Yeah. they're the opposition party. The fascists are in third place. Reaching common ground already. We do have to hope that the Supreme Court doesn't shoot down our removing power from the Supreme Court. Can we reach a 2/3 majority? We're never going to get the NFP to work with us. Oh no. Tough to unite the USP with the divisive wing that's formed. Whip him into shape. Albin Clavin. Order of Alfonso. No. He's Joe Manchin. Got it. Although he is supporting me, so maybe not. How many votes do they have? 40 seats. Oh yeah, they set her up earlier. She's the speaker, right? No. Orso's pocket. I don't think I recognize the name Orso. Hold on. Oh, right. The Chief Justice swore me in. The most powerful and divisive figure in Swedish politics. Because he's not going to want something that removes power from his own organization. We need 6 of the 11 judges to vote for the proposal. Mr. Hawker has enormous influence over the judges. They will surely support a just cause. I don't know, man. If you're asking them to vote on removing their own power, how often does that happen? Lucian looks skeptical. Oh, according to the Constitution, I am a member of the Supreme Court. Who else would be willing to support reforms? Isabella Edmonds. I like how the women's rights issue is complex and doesn't just mimic the real world exactly, right? Like, so it was on here somewhere. Human rights, limited women's rights, that's what it was. They can't learn natural science, social science, and they get paid less. Yeah. But can still hold high office in government. Anti-communist, socially conservative. Oof. What are the demands? The new constitution will fix the loopholes regarding the president's absolute veto powers. Add a clause detailing the methods the assembly may override a veto. Oh yeah, that's... Loopholes give the president too much power. Remove the Supreme Court's right to vote on legislation. Of course, everyone in the legislature unanimously agreed to... Most of the judges are still his pawns. We need the court to even pass this change. Why would they support this? Yeah. Most of them won't. Perform the appointment procedures of the ministers. Okay, yeah. So, I actually don't know this about US politics. I know that, like, you technically need to get your cabinet members confirmed, but is that just, like, completely ceremonial? Can you just ignore that indefinitely and just put whoever you want in there in the interim and have them be there for your entire term and there's no consequences? I guess the whole concept of consequences for the executive is, like, kind of in turmoil in the US regardless. It's a complicated issue. Yeah. Would a non-brazen executive ever intentionally and openly skirt congressional approval for appointment of someone to the cabinet? Is that a more recent phenomenon? Immunity of justices, impeachment of the president, limiting the power of the presidential decrees. Is he still alive? I missed that. The only person who holds a title Member of Honor, which gives him total immunity as well as an indefinite right to partake in the Grand National Assembly. No kidding. Long-term, quote, acting, unquote, members are a new thing. Okay. They have valid concerns we need to look at. Thanks for the meeting, everybody. Advice and consent of the Senate is technically required for a cabinet member to create new policy. H3 construction started. Go SSC. Chief Justice wants to talk to me. Uh-oh. Good to see you. Judge Karachi. Jurist and politician. Strong supporter of Tarkansol. Obstructionist methods against Alfonso. Okay. I think he's here to test the waters. Sup? Welcome. It's not been great. He has a troubling time. You're here to bribe me. You're here to stop the new Constitution. The Constitution needs to be updated. You want to make a weaker Constitution in the midst of problems from both inside and outside. I will make sure it does not pass the Supreme Court. I haven't even seen the proposal yet. Isn't it too soon to be against it? Do you think I live under a rock? I know what goes on. Please explain. It's efficient and it gives you the authority to lead the nation with swift decisions. Swordland has more important problems and threats that we should face right now instead of nitpicking about some paragraphs of the Constitution. Uh-huh. What you're saying makes me instantly not like whatever you have to say after that. AK-47s, excuse me, KA-74s. Weaponizing our minorities against us. This guy's a real treat. Court has no jurisdiction over these matters. Is it the Blutish problem? Yeah. I kind of got the sense that's what they were going for, especially with Wayland doing like pogroms against them. Funny, she doesn't look bluish. Blutish. Not the same. Oh, fuck you, buddy. These guys suck real bad. You think that's Mr. Richter's intention? I am not a conspiracy theorist. There's no evidence for any of this. Suspect your security team, uh-huh. My best way to like try to abstract this complicated game is to like keep track of how much everybody sucks. So everybody sucks at least a little bit. Except for the justice lady. She's nice. Nina? She seems to have her shit together. I don't think anything's going to come out of this meeting. Hey, thanks, JC. Give him some room before he disrespects the judiciary further. Take care, gentlemen. I am super dead, so I pissed off the most powerful man in the country. I pissed off the other most powerful man in the country. Not scared of them. You should be. Awesome, JC. Everything about this game, this is blind, I haven't played it before. It's all signposting to me that failure is inevitable. It's just how spectacularly you fail. Old Guard would be my main rivals in the near future. If you want to talk about stuff that I haven't encountered yet, if you type !hide before your message, chat will be able to see it, and I will not be able to see it. If you're not sure about whether something's kosher to talk about just yet. But yeah, thanks for the follow. So I think it's time to continue. Let's go. Trials of Democracy. Communist books burned in Boren. I like how it was like the Hitler Youth that did the violence, and there's all this like anti-communist rhetoric. This game came out last year. Okay. Lack of hospitals. Buddhist resistance and sanctuaries. Nerity is kind of like Christianity, sort of. Guess we don't know if the Bludish people are connected to Nerity. Hold on. It's probably history, ideologies. Yeah, we pretty much just have this one, and then there's two, like, sects. There's the fundamentalists and the, I guess, reformists, kind of. Swords and NFP flags burned. Fuck the fascists. Recession hits farmers again. 16% of all wheat in Lock Haven is rotting in barns due to lack of buyers. I think our new treaty is going to help with that, with Magnolia. But I guess the government has to buy the wheat and then let it rot in a barn, right? Like, it's just kind of a reality, as I understand it, with farming globally, that once you start trying to have all these people contributing all of this food, like, you can't sell it for a profit anymore. Hey, Serp, how you doing? How would an Andrea play through Hen? Oh boy. She would play this very differently than me, I think. Spend some quality time with your old man? Oh, real quick, let me read the news. School poisoning and rival. Yikes. Solace education. Time for women to stand up. Who's Katerina Horten? Sortish labor leader. Bludish. Labor Union of Swordland. She began as a manual laborer. Oh, she's one of the few independents in the General Assembly. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Fuck yeah. Upcoming government budget changes. Boo, economists. And Horton blames Vlogsland for the missing fishing vessel. Alright, son, sorry, I had to read the paper real fast. Happy to see you now. Oh, hey. Frank's being pretty cordial. Literally fanning the flames. Good job. It is in our utmost interest to fulfill our duties with precision. The grilling shall commence in exactly 1 minute and 32 seconds. Spot on impersonation of Lucian. That's fun. Why don't you bring us a couple of beers? Aw. Well, if everything else fails, at least I won't have let my family down completely. Other than potentially getting them all killed horribly. Father was a poor man who struggled to provide for us on his meager income. He put me to work on the farm long before I was Frank's age. We couldn't always make ends meet. Can I ask you something, Dad? You can ask me anything. Hiding so much from me. Know what happened in the 20s. Is there going to be a civil war? I hope not. I'm not a kid anymore. Those were dark times. But you're nearly a grown man. Let's talk about it. Tell Frank about the Civil War. Joined the same human rights group to push for change after the coup. I joined the Red Youth. Enjoying it very much so, okay? I like how they've done a good job of making every decision, like, well, at least for me, it fills me with dread. I'm playing it very idealistically, and it's making me certain that many, many people are going to come for my head. Organize a protest. It's hard to make a decision-based game that doesn't kind of degenerate into, are you Satan or are you Jesus? And they've done a good job of making these hard. Oh yeah, that's right. Coup of 1927. How about the soldiers beating you? I was lucky. That's enough for today. Wow, that's impressive, Spiky, given that it's so text-heavy as well. I've been enjoying it a lot. It's very absorbing. He raised his eyebrows, curiosity not satisfied. Yeah, I was wondering if this game, if it does super well, it would be kind of cool to get a voice-acted version. but it would be a like comical amount of voice acting, and it would probably increase the how long to beat by a factor of like 3 or more. Right? Your Divinity Original Sin Disco Elysium problem. Your generation will never understand. Here to listen to them no matter what they are. I don't know, I've always had a very like gonna talk about all our feelings relationship with my family, so it feels weird to me to like try to protect a kid from harsh, dark truths. At least I appreciated it whenever adults would like talk to me like they believed I could handle it, you know? No, I'm really impressed with it, especially if it's a small studio, okay? Yeah. I'm just saying I hope the game does super well. That would be really cool. I'm not at all complaining about the lack of voice acting. I recognize that that's an enormous, incredibly expensive project, right? Or undemocratic elections. Although I fought this a little bit by vetoing the electoral reform. Pro-British WPB, which is the Workers' Party? Yeah. Yeah, this is a problem. Completely agree. Don't think I'm going to get a chance to weigh in on that one, though. Presidential visit to Narbel. How's the H3 report coming? Progressing well. A couple of delays related to transportation of construction materials were not included in the SSC's report. So I haven't played it before, okay, so I don't really know how to compare it to other runs. If you type !hide before your message, chat can see it and I won't be able to see it, so maybe chat can kind of fill you in on some of the run-defining choices that I've made. .34 Ranger. Yeah, I imagine, Serp, that you can't get away with the low-effort localization for this game either because it deals with such sensitive topics, right? There's been a lot of conversations where you kind of have to read from the tone of the conversation what's actually being said as opposed to what they're literally saying, which is also seems like that's hard to localize. Got it. Yeah, that's a lot for Metroidvania. Yeah, okay, I haven't read this one before. Interesting. I haven't really read too much about Narbel either. Oh, right, no, I did pull this up. This is the discovery of natural gas. Okay, the connection makes sense. I don't know what got cleared. I didn't catch it in chat, but yeah, if you want to talk about like things I haven't done or what the game might be like for different playthroughs, I would recommend typing !hide before your message. That way chat can talk about it without me seeing it. Thanks, though. No worries. Arriving in Hotel West in a few minutes. Thanks. What's a smile for? It's been great these last 2 months. Wife Susan gave birth to our son. Ah. Great news. Happy for you. I'm trying to know as little as humanly possible about the game itself and like what the routes are. Even knowing that there are routes is something I didn't know. So yeah, no one's in trouble or anything. If you could just use hide before your message if there's any doubt about whether I might know or not, I'd appreciate it. Blinder the better in my case. Hope Tiana will grow to be like her mother someday. Which reminds me of that scene in The Big Lebowski where the dude's getting the drive from the limo guy. He just tells this really, 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 really long story that includes like mentioning that he has a rash. And Jeff Bridges is just like, fucking A, man, I got a rash. You're right. It's hard for both of us. I agree. I name my son George. Tell me more about Suzanne. What kind of person is she? Or Susan, rather. Learn about Sarna, Persia, on the border of Lesbia. Lesbia is like the super capitalist country. Interesting. Selflessness is a respectable trait to have. This should be mutual. I agree. Oh man, I don't really have a lot of personal wealth. This is... I'm gonna fucking... I'm gonna crash and burn. Alright, please don't comment on my speculation here, but I've been spending a lot of this game wondering, like, what is Suzerain about, ultimately? I mean, obviously it's about the specific events of the game, but, like, what are they trying to say? And I speculate whether it's about a life worth living, right? Like, and how you define that. Is a life worth living one in which you achieve all of the goals you set out to achieve? Is it one in which you do some good in some small capacity, right? Is it one in which you do the least possible amount of evil? If that's not what it's about, I think that's okay, but it's an interesting thing to think about. Hope you return the favor by helping someone in need someday. Are you okay? My wife's not going to be happy about that. Personal wealth decrease. Don't I fucking know it? Stay tuned for the next chapter where I need 1 personal wealth to stop an invasion or something stupid like that. It's fine. Shocking misogynist rally. Oof. I'm kind of surprised to find that he has permanent immunity. The Ezam incident. What's that? Bloody protest. Foundational moments of the British movement. Oh, sure. Eminent domained a bunch of people. He's also a permanent member of the Assembly. I think it's because my personal wealth is basically non-existent, Spiky, because I started the playthrough as poor. I'm guessing that my personal wealth would have been higher if I had picked a different starting figure. Because I also get the sense that the salary of the president is pretty bad, based on what the William Randolph Hearst guy was offering me. Well, it gives us nothing on paper. Is this reality we choose to accept? Yeah, I hear you guys. I think I misread this guy last time. I called him a mansion type, but I don't think that's the case. Just surprised that he was a supporter of Alfonso, given Alfonso's big focus on like free market shit. It's probably more complicated than one side of that axis. Education privatization proven successful. Uh-huh. It's OMEC, economic development. This is basically NAFTA. I don't know. Young sword suspected of terror attack. Yeah, whatever's getting cleared, don't worry about it. Like, I'd ask the mods to be super careful and aggressive about clearing just in case nobody's in trouble or anything. It's just they have a pretty good sense of what I would like to know and not know. It's a good way to make sure I don't see it. I think that that's fine, although the term limits is new, I think, from our previous discussion. Current welfare situation, yes please. Haven't met this guy before. Author, Scottish government official, Minister of Health, Social Affairs and Labor. Member of the USP, which makes sense. The unfortunate man, family of poverty-stricken miners. Huh. Advocated for workplace safety regulations, workers' comp. and Social Security. Initially supported Alfonso, but turned against free market reforms. Cool. Okay. Got it. Haven't met her either. Ciara Walda, academician, politician, Minister of Education, Technology and Research. Aggressively promoting educational reforms, socialist politics. Popular politician, particularly among women, supporter of women's rights, taught philosophy and political sciences. Cool. All right. Well, I like both of these people so far based on their bios. Intention is to help the working class. His best known books are about the plight of Swordland's less fortunate. Feels like the cards are stacked against you. There's no way out, I know, right? You don't have to have been born poor to sympathize with the plight of the impoverished. Although it helps. Yeah, and you don't have to have been born a woman to recognize Swordland's need for parity among the sexes. I completely agree. Pascal. Interesting. Do I have text about that? Does it mention Saul? Just a little bit. Interesting. Okay, I kind of see what they're doing here from a storytelling perspective, that he also grew up poor and understands poverty and is nominally aligned with her on women's rights, but is not himself a woman, and vice versa. She is nominally aligned with him on economic issues, but grew up wealthy. Does anyone care that your strategist doesn't have a wife? Swordland's women deserve better. Thanks, JC. Yeah, hopelessness and a lack of opportunities drive people to extreme solutions, which is really the way we need to think about these things. Is there a name for this razor yet? I guess there's Occam's razor, which is, take the assumption that requires the fewest additional assumptions. There's Hanlon's razor, which is assume ignorance before malice, and then I would say never attribute to agency which can be adequately explained by structure or systems, right? Engage holistically. It's not personal responsibility, folks. People don't do things for no reason. Or because they're bad. Or good. People do things because of incentives. Second, sorry. Improve the standards for workers. Very interested in supporting it once it's finished. Probably not, Kay. If you just ask about it and ! hide, maybe they can tell you whether it's kosher or not. Thanks for asking. Let's hear the health overview first. Free healthcare. Health issues primarily appear in rural areas. But we already have free healthcare. Swordland, which is being torn between many different powers, including the superpowers, has free healthcare at least. How many doctors and nurses are employed? Good points. There's 11 doctors in urban areas. Rural areas are only 3. Controlled for population? How many beds are there? Makes sense. What's the life expectancy? 65 years. Oh, wow. I don't actually know anything about expected infant mortality or maternal mortality, but they're telling me that that's high. Thank you, Pascal. Talking about education. Lack of access to education in rural areas, especially for young girls. How many students and teachers do we have? Yeah, it seems pretty bad. But I claim total ignorance on that subject. Like, I've heard that as a species, humans aren't great when it comes to infant or maternal mortality rates for all kinds of reasons, and that it's only modern medicine that's helping that along as much as it is. But 9% still seems insanely high. I don't know what it is in like the US in the real world. Strive to make education available for all. Should help children to question and educate themselves. Yes, critical thinking, please. Literacy rates. 80%. Lower among girls and boys. Bergia and Augenland. I guess that makes sense. Bergia is like impoverished minorities. Augenland is kind of like a impoverished rural area, which is why I'm doing the highway there. I guess Lockhaven is like the populous city. Tell me about the difference between urban and rural education. I can imagine teachers not preferring desolate areas. I believe that's everything. What is it? Here to change that trend and provide for the people. Tell me more about your plans. Increase in the government budget. Solve the problems we highlighted with the allocated money. Oh, we had a quality of service problem. Ugh. Focused on profit first, I know, right? Healthcare. Picked education rather than health at the beginning, so I'm probably gonna pick education here. Isn't access to healthcare in rural areas an issue? The representatives of our people, and we will prioritize their needs. Probably not gonna have the money to do it, though. Can I just go into an indefinite... This isn't a... Don't answer this question. Can I just go into an indefinite recession? Because we can print the money. Budget -1 million. Let's go. Jesus. It's not been made public. Morbell mine disaster. Forgotten city devoid of hope. Okay, so it's like most of Pennsylvania. Ban youth organizations. Interesting. Completely against any threshold reform. Are you just going to vote no without... Yeah, that sounds right. This would lead to unwanted elements entering the assembly. Fuck you, buddy. Both organizations haven't officially organized or called for legal action. Several low to mid-level leaders from both have links to insightful actions that have led to deaths, injuries, and instability. Well, don't want to take boring do-nothing centrist action. And I don't want to take action that is trying to be even-handed when I don't believe that the problem is even-handed. Now, they have been giving me some intel reports that suggest that it might be a somewhat more even problem than I'd like it to be. But I'm going to go with my gut here and ban the Nazis. Thousands of police officers conducted cease and desist operations against the Young Swords. Block all bank accounts, freeze all assets. This isn't going to go well for me. What a good decision that I just made, Jesus. Definitely giving them, the NFP, a bunch of fucking ammo for the next election. I'm a freeze peach. What's up? Good morning. Not feeling that great. She weighs in a lot. It's interesting. Nothing's been decided yet. Oh, I have a new thing here. Limited human rights. Oh, I see. Criminal political organizations are banned effective immediately. Oopsie doodle. Good morning, everyone. Go over each of the points. Decreasing the Supreme Court's authority, limiting the presidential vetoes. Impeachment process. Cases of high treason and breaking the Constitution. The Supreme Court may impeach and try the president. Interesting. Reformists want the impeachment to be initiated by the Assembly. I feel like the Supreme Court has a lot of power in this country. Assembly should have oversight over the president. I think the less I know, the more fun it is for me, but thank you, Kay. I appreciate it. Demand to involve the Assembly in the process. Yeah, I think that's completely fair. More checks and balances. It slows things down, but there's no way this can backfire. Yeah. 10% is anti-democratic, I would agree. Mm-hmm. Should definitely work to decrease the threshold. I'm just going to torpedo our own party so that my own party members assassinate me. I do. I understand. If our own democracy is the reason of our downfall, we will have to accept it. I think Nia is the best. She seems pretty great. Presidential decrees. More limitations to president's executive powers. Victors demanded they be completely removed. Only be used in emergency situations, yeah. Section 7, term limits. Term limits are necessary. Uh-oh. Immunity of the judges. While the anti-old guard sentiment is increasing, there are talks that taking away their immunity would give us authority over judiciary. Judiciary must be independent and long-lasting. The current court members are problematic. There's no way to resolve it. supposed to ensure the judiciary's independence by giving legal protections. They can't be pressured. Does the U.S. Supreme Court enjoy any form of immunity? I thought the main thing that they enjoyed was the lifetime appointment on good behavior, whatever that means. You have to deal with the most corrupt Chief Justice in the world. No chance to deal with him. Yeah, our Supreme Court can be impeached, theoretically. I don't think that they have, like, enjoy legal immunity, though. I don't know if they can be sued, for example. Soul's Legacy. He's a member of honor. Absolute immunity even when he's retired. A permanent member of the Assembly. He's the only person with this. Every president should gain that title after their term. I mean, it's... Every U.S. president does continue to enjoy security detail and other perks. I think this is actually a decent compromise. They've been pretty smart about not giving me easy out compromises, but... But at the same time... Start working on the draft. Okay, we're about at time here, but I'm going to go through this section and then we'll save, and I'll leave my future self some notes. We'll probably be playing this pretty soon from Kiri's subblock redemptions there. Remove vetoes. Override a veto. I think that's completely fair. Don't think that they should be participating. Impeachment. President is not responsible for action performed in the exercise of presidential duties, except in the cases of high treason or violation of the Constitution. The Assembly and the Supreme Court may impeach. The President may not be impeached. I think this makes it very difficult for me to be impeached. It's already a problem. Although I'm going to get in trouble for, like, basically 100% siding with the SOCDEM. President appoints ministers, requires no confidence vote. I'd rather do the confidence vote than they nominate the ministers. Political party needs a minimum of 10% of the total national vote to win seats. Decrease threshold to 3%. Tanking my own party. Let's go. This is specifically only going to let in the already, like, establishment minority parties. Fuck it. Issue decrees on political, social, and economic issues. Yeah, I think doing an enabling act is a fair compromise on that one. Two terms. Judges can be impeached, definitely. The only person who holds the title is Tarkin Saul. I guess this effectively accomplishes this, especially if no one else is given the title, because if he no longer has immunity and can be prosecuted for his crimes, the other benefits don't really matter anymore if he's in jail, right? But let's just go hard. Go hard or go home. Am I sure? There should have been an option for no, but go ahead anyway. Prepared to reconsider if it comes to that. I can get it up to 8%. I want to do bargaining as a 3%. Against the Chief Justice and his obstructionist behavior. If we get rid of all of them, the new judges will be less independent with this new law. Be scared to go against the administration. Constitution has not yet changed. We'll prepare in the meantime. Yeah. Any advice in regards to dealing with them? Understood. Okay, so the game just saved. Future Marstead, hopefully you're playing this soon. Read through your news. Maybe you can recap. If you go to the journal, it summarizes your decisions. I would say before next stream, if you are watching the Future Marstead notes early enough, just read through these to remind yourself what's going on. There's not a ton of a time gap in between these. This game's really good. Thank you very much, Six Gun, for putting it on your subblock, and thank you, Kiri, for donating some subblock time to get it played again soon, because I think the shorter the wait in between sessions, the better experience this is going to be, so that I don't forget all of these complicated relationships and decisions so far. Thanks, folks. I'll let you know what's coming up here.